the squad. I am online. So that's why Joker's not playing. I didn't call him a bitch. I said so that's why Joker's not playing because you said he's not playing. You said bitch is not allowed to play, so I just figured. I need levels and gear. I have to complete. I haven't even finished my class trials yet. If you were here, I could get levels quicker. I'm doing my quest. No damage to this Gordon, bitch. He's fucked me up. Level 8. Cause I have to be Forrest as my main class to complete the quest. Yeah, but I would have never been able to advance further in Force without it. Can you do the side quest? No. I thought it was a gate.
This reading.
They just keep hitting me. Oh, I'm dead.
Hey there.
Hi.
10. Black people? Alright. Alright. Show me what's right. You can complain or you can help. Let me change my class. You said what's my higher class? Alright. Alright, I'm gonna be at the Mount Magnus Ryuker device. Which room are you in? I'm in Alio 6. Alright, cool. You figured it out. Invite?
Make sure, at least if you do get married, that you cover yourself and you're not left with nothing.
Gotta know exactly who you are.
It's only 7 minutes long. I thought you said 10 minutes.
Lord have mercy. We must stay focused, brothers. We must stay focused.
I can say something nice for you.
Yeah, I watched it. No, I was listening to what they were saying. Sounds like racially motivated hate speech. Are you gonna take out this E right here? Like a molly popping, pill popping? Oh shit! That did 100 and some odd damage to me.
Trial start.
That's a good movie, by the way.
PSE burst.
You got the PSE bursting. You got all the PSEs bursting. My subclass reached level 11. Damn, I got 2 levels off that. Sweet. You gonna chain burst? You get another burst?
PSE climax.
Well, I have no more health.
弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。雑魚なめた真似を。これでも食らうのじゃ。なめた真似を。そりゃ。
Where'd you go? You went to the E? What do you mean, why? Alright. You say so. I get +2. I have to use compound techniques with their side quests. Let me check my main quest. They're all side quests. Alright. Like 3 in each. Or 2 in each. I don't even know. No, I don't. Oh, yeah.
Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for stopping by.
No.
Thanks for stopping by.
I was spending my skill point. Alright, I'm level 11. Let's go! Where do I do the food buff? Wow, you would keep track of large penises. Can't get a man pregnant. Well, when it comes to cake, it happens to be that one has to own a bakery when it comes to cooking that which is known as the baking of the cakes. Wow, that's dark. But he's light-skinned. Wow, no, it said he'll bake your hot dog too. All right, I quick cooked some food. I quick cooked some food. Let's go. I didn't get it complete. Maybe I did. I don't know. I cooked food. That's what I did. I already cooked all the food I could cook. Some yellow shit popped up. My gear score is not nearly 950 because that's my main quest is to get my power level to 950. How do I check it? My battle power is 924. At 950, I complete the main quest. That's a rapper. He be regularly be in jail.
Hey.
Welcome.
My battle power is 939. So 11 more and I can be...
Welcome.
Hold on one second. I can buy stuff off the auction house.
See you later.
Can't sell. Okay. What am I looking for? A plus 30 prim wand? I'm just using a wand. The wand is shaped like a mace. Did I spell it wrong? This one was 2 of these. What? I'm planning on using a wand. Alright, here I found a prim wand. Let's see. Just stop. Yeah, I got the food buff. There's no direct trading in this game? Where do you go to use scratch tickets? Other kind of weapon? The boots. Shoes.
See you later.
Welcome.
Jukes. Look at that. Jukes.
It just keeps getting stronger. A success!
I gotta go check the mail.
A success!
Are you enhancing?
Oh no. Sorry about that. A success! Come again!
I think so, perhaps. If you get limit break, no, you shouldn't have to unlock the potential because I don't even have access to that yet. No, I don't. I don't have access to that. I have add augments. I'm just saying, like, it shouldn't matter as far as getting to the battle power I need for the main story. That's convenient.
It just keeps getting stronger! 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 Come again! Welcome!
Welcome!
Yeah, what am I looking for? What am I buying? How do I spell it? How do I spell it? You say EE? It's not showing up. DEBOOT? Ass. Okay. Okay. It says trod the wand, but not trod the boots. I got it. I have it set up. No, I'm saying when I search for trod, it shows up trod the wand and trod the katana. Augment preset skill search. Subcategory. Number of augments. I'm not trying to skim. I don't see Fixa. Draw to boot. Preset skills number. Three augments and potential level 1 or 2. Enhancement level. Price 11,000. Oh, I'm done. Refresh buttons up. Refresh. It says no items match your search terms. I clicked refresh. It's not showing up. I did what you said. Okay, then I didn't do what you said.
See you later.
Welcome.
Welcome. Welcome. See you later. Welcome.
Welcome.
See you later. See you later.
This is an emergency transmission. Our data points to the imminent appearance
See you
of dark
later.
falls in the central area. An interception operation involving the central cannon is currently in the planning stages. Please prepare to deploy.
Welcome.
Welcome.
I have 181,000 gold.
This is an emergency transmission. Our data points to the imminent appearance of dark falls in the central area. An interception operation involving the central cannon is currently in the planning stages. Please prepare to deploy.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Let's just adventure.
Come again.
Into adventure.
Hey.
Welcome.
Trade wand. I got a trade wand.
Hey.
They don't have the boots.
Welcome.
When I search for it, it doesn't come up. Okay, tell me again. Which I did. Okay, I didn't do it. Right. No, TROISDEBOOTS. It wasn't showing up before. Okay. Okay. Like I gotta go to Braver.
See you later.
Hey.
Saying to we use the boots, I gotta be a Braver.
Welcome.
Bouncer, I mean. Sorry. My main class from the previous one was Braver. Bouncer, that's why. Pretty sure. One second. I see Trod the Rod.
Thank you. See you later.
There's no MOBAs on Xbox, huh? MOBAs? Smite does exist. You're correct.
Thank you.
What's the problem?
See you later.
Welcome. It just keeps getting stronger. 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 Keep shooting for the stars! A success! A success!
arrival confirmed. We need you to divert its attention until the central cannon is fully charged. We're counting on you.
Oh no. Sorry about that. Oh no. Sorry about that. A success! Come again!
Welcome!
All right, how much is it listed for? I have it searched and the refresh is up. It's not showing up. It's not showing up. I searched for 100,000. Okay. Draw the rod plus 40. I bought it.
See you later. Welcome.
I have so few rod actions. Funny. Alrighty. Oh, really? That is very interesting. My score is at 1044.
Welcome.
We have to go to the. I have to talk to Ina at the Vanford Laboratory ruins. Okay. How do you switch your multi-weapon? Yeah, I'm in it right now.
See you later.
Hey!
Wow! I'm dead. Ah! 2 swipes. I died. You hit me twice and I died.
Hey!
Beginning. No, I just gotta beat the boss. some dado sword. Good luck.
Hey, where
I
are you
mean,
right
you know, like if you die the way you
It looks like we each went to different locations.
I'll send you my coordinates now. So let's meet up.
Detecting a large energy reading from the sky. A powerful enemy is coming. It's Dark Falls.
It'll take a little more time before the cannon is ready. Please, do your best to slow it down.
I'm casting magic. Oh, you bitch. He froze this. Don't let him swing that shit at me. Damn, the PP recovery on this is nice. I get whole chunks back. And Dido is beat. I'm beating the Dido.
真似はこれでも食らうのじゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。雑魚め、これでも食らうのじゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。雑魚め、雑魚め、これでも食らうのじゃ。雑魚め、これでも食らうのじゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。雑魚め、これでも食らうのじゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。雑魚め、雑魚め、これでも食らうのじゃ。
Hello? I defeated the Dino. Oh, did you expose your booty hole?
これでも食らうのじゃ。とりゃ、これでも食らうのじゃ。ぶち殺し決定だ。きれいさっぱり粉みじんにしてくれる。雑魚め、雑魚め、
So now this is just an area I'm in? Oh, this is still part of the story, fighting these anomalies?
雑魚め、弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。
Wow, I do way more damage with a better weapon. That's crazy, dude. You know how much more effective shift and D-band is?
雑魚め、なめた真似は
Since he's weak to ice, I'm using fire. The fuck?
雑魚め、なめた真似は雑魚め、なめた真似はなめた真似はとりゃ、とりゃ、これでも食らうのじゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。
Dark Falls retreat confirmed. Your efforts are appreciated.
Good job, you made Dark Falls retreat, Doc. Oh, it's just heading back to the command room of that fucking central? Fuck. Why did you just say that? No. It said return to the command room. It didn't say that it was in central. It just said the distance.
も食らうのじゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。とりゃとりゃ。雑魚め。雑魚め雑魚め。とりゃ。とりゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。雑魚め。雑魚め。これでも食らうのじゃ。とりゃ。雑魚め。雑魚め。雑魚め。これでも食らうのじゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。雑魚め。雑魚め。とりゃ。雑魚め。これでも食らうのじゃ。
The signal's been restored. Checking its vitals. I can monitor your stats now too.
なめたまねを。
It's weaker than when it first appeared. You're really making progress. Continue your attack.
弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。雑魚め。雑魚め。これでも食らうのじゃ。雑魚め。なめたまねは。とりゃとりゃ。雑魚め。この程度かの。
Hold on, I got a quick surprise in this moment. I gotta take a break.
雑魚め。
I'll be back on in a few. I didn't know they'd be here. We gotta celebrate a couple things done.
雑魚め。
I'll be back.
弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。雑魚め。とりゃとりゃ。なめたまねは。これでも食らうのじゃ。雑魚め。これでも食らうのじゃ。とりゃ。雑魚め。これでも食らうのじゃ。雑魚め。なめたまねは。なめたまねは。雑魚め。 ザコメとりゃこれでも食らうのじゃとりゃこれでも食らうのじゃザコメ弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃこれでも食らうのじゃザコメとりゃこれでも食らうのじゃザコメザコメとりゃこれでも食らうのじゃとりゃザコメ
Dark Falls is even weaker now. We can do this.
とりゃとりゃザコメ
The central cannon preparation is now in the final
こ
stage.
れでも食らうのじゃ
Hang in there
こ
just
れで
a
も
little
食
longer.
らうのじゃザコメザコメザコメこれでも食らうのじゃそう簡単にはくたばらんぞザコメこれでも食らうのじゃザコメとりゃこれでも食らうのじゃぶち殺し決定だきれいさっぱり粉みじんにしてくれるザコメこれでも食らうのじゃザコメ
Photon generators units 1 through 6 are now stabilized. The PCU is also fully charged. Ready to fire!
Fire!
It didn't work? Next time, for sure.
Welcome!
Welcome.
Welcome! See you later! Yoo-hoo!
弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。そりゃ
Trial start.
弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。とりゃ雑魚め。雑魚め。雑魚め。
PSE burst.
なめたまねはとりゃとりゃ雑魚め。雑魚め。とりゃとりゃとりゃとりゃとりゃ雑魚め。とりゃとりゃこれでも食らうのじゃ。とりゃ雑魚め。雑魚め。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。とりゃ雑魚め。雑魚め。雑魚め。
PSE climax.
雑魚め。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。雑魚め。雑魚め。これでも食らうのじゃ。なめたまねは雑魚め。雑魚め。これでも食らうのめ。なめたまねはこれでも食らうのじゃ。とりゃこれでも食らう。雑魚め。雑魚め。雑魚め。とりゃ雑魚め。雑魚め。これでも食らうのじゃ。雑魚め。 雑魚め
Trial start.
なめたまねを弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃなめたまねはなめたまねは雑魚め弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃなめたまねは雑魚めこれでも食らうのじゃなめたまねは雑魚めそりゃ雑魚めとりゃ雑魚めこれでも食らうのじゃなめたまねは雑魚めとりゃ雑魚めなめたまねは雑魚め雑魚めとりゃなめたまねは雑魚めこの程度かのとりゃ弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃとりゃ雑魚めとりゃ雑魚め雑魚これでも食らうのじゃなめたまねは弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ雑魚め雑魚めとりゃ雑魚めこれでも食らうのじゃ雑魚めとりゃ弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ雑魚め雑魚め弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃこれでも食
Success!
これでも食らうのじゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。とりゃ。とりゃ。ザコメ。ザコメ。ザコメ。これでも食らうのじゃ。ザコメ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。ザコメ。これでも食らうのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。ザコメ。とりゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。とりゃとりゃ。ザコメ。この程度かの。この程度かの。ザコメ。とりゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。ザコメ。ザコメ。これでも食らうのじゃ。
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. If you've seen video of Joe Biden mumbling in public recently, and we bet you have, there's probably not anything we could tell you tonight, excuse me, that's going to surprise you. Would you be shocked to learn that Joe Biden recently got lost in his own bedroom? That he introduced a table lamp as his wife? That he bragged to the Japanese Prime Minister about saving Marie Antoinette's life during a cavalry charge in the Crimean War? Probably not. Now, we can't say that any of these things actually happened, but they could have. They're entirely plausible. And if you think that's a mean thing to say, don't worry, Joe Biden will never know. At this point, other people are not real to Joe Biden. He lives in a world of ghosts and fog-shrouded memories. But you knew that because you've seen the tape. Maybe the only thing that would surprise you about Joe Biden 15 months into his presidency is learning that he plans to run for re-election. Now, that would be outlandish, impossible, really, ridiculous. Were Joe Biden somehow able to stay in the White House, he would be 86 years old by the end of his second term. Do the math on that. Even now, at 79, past the life expectancy of the average American man, Joe Biden can barely speak English, and that is not a trend that will improve with time. What kind of president would Joe Biden be by the year 2028? You shudder to think about that, but you could bet that more Botox and hair plugs would not improve him. The whole idea is grotesque. Weekend at Bernie's White House edition. It's an insult to the principle of self-government. But that doesn't mean it's not coming. According to a piece this week in the Hill newspaper, Joe Biden has confided in his old boss, Barack Obama, that he does, in fact, plan to run for re-election. Joe Biden believes he is, quote, the only one who can beat Donald Trump, which, if nothing else, suggests that Joe Biden believes he beat Donald Trump the first time. Hey, guys, I got 81 million votes. Maybe I'll get 500 million next time. So how did Barack Obama respond to that? Well, the Hill newspaper didn't say. We do know that earlier this month, Obama referred to Joe Biden as, quote, vice president, so you can guess. Obama never hid the fact that he didn't like or respect Joe Biden. Obama thought Biden was fake and incompetent, old, white, and annoying. And that was 10 years ago. So you can imagine how Obama feels about the prospect of an 86-year-old President Joe Biden. Now, Michelle Obama, by contrast, just turned 60 by the time the next presidential election rolls around. So clearly it's her turn. It's not just Obama who feels this way. A lot of Democrats agree. Just for the sake of amusement this morning, we tried to find a Democratic Party official who'd be willing to go on the record to endorse a second Joe Biden candidacy, and we couldn't find a single one. Now, keep in mind, these are the same people who are delighted to tell you that you can change your biological sex just by wishing it so. Like Dorothy clicking her heels in Oz. Boom, you're transgender now. They consider that believable. Yet they will not tell you that Joe Biden should be president again. A Biden re-election campaign is just too absurd even for them. It strains credulity past the breaking point. Joe Biden? Come on. That's the consensus in Washington.
Enemy reading confirmed.
And for once,
Please
it
stand
is
by.
correct. So given that, now you know what is going on with the news media. Joe Biden's most loyal constituency has turned on him with a vengeance. After getting the mannequin elected, the White House press corps is telling you night after night he's a loser. Why are they saying this? Because they don't want him to run again. They know he will lose. Watch CNN remind you that Joe Biden is now less popular than most sexually transmitted diseases.
These numbers kind of differ. They range from the low 30s to the low 40s. Low 40s is not good either. But what's key is the lowest are tied for the low for the pollster. Lowest tier. Lowest tier. This is 1 point off the lowest. Lowest tier. And when you have 3 or 4 pollsters showing the lowest numbers for the President of the United States, that is indicative of a president who's in a lot of trouble, at least to where he is standing historically. This is the lowest for anyone who is elected to the presidency and didn't get up there through the vice presidency. This is a really, really, really bad number.
Okay, so that's one piece of tape. But it's not just a single oily poll leader on CNN. Pretty much every media outlet in the country is saying the same thing. So they've gone beyond reading the terrible poll numbers, and now they're agreeing with the terrible poll numbers. Here's Chief Biden toady Chuck Todd of NBC, quote, News, turning on his former patron live on television. It's like a scene from The Godfather. Ooh, the betrayal. Watch this.
Folks, it's one thing for a Trump judge to strike down an order from the Biden White House, but it's an entirely different thing for the White House to let it happen without any legal pushback. And it's not the first time recently that something hasn't gone the White House's way. They don't fight back. They don't defend their rationale. The Biden administration, with the full power and prestige of the presidency, with its party's power in Congress on the line this November, has repeatedly looked as if they're easy to roll.
Oh, they're easy to roll.
Of course they're easy to roll. No one respects the old guy. He's past his time. Ignore him. He's napping. And that was Joe Biden's biggest fan talk. Chuck Todd is the guy who once informed you it was immoral not to vote for the dementia patient from Delaware. This is a national emergency. Suspend disbelief. Ignore what you see. Don't call Joe Biden senile. That's a hate crime. It's ageism. And the shouting works. It always works. So for a while, almost nobody said the obvious. Though everybody knew it. It was impossible not to know it. In case you've forgotten, here's what Joe Biden looked like during the last presidential campaign.
PSE burst.
Tuesday, and I want to thank you all. I tell you what, I'm rushing ahead on it. 150 million people have been killed since 2007 when Bernie voted to exempt the gun manufacturers from liability. It would put 720 million women back in the workforce. Nobody should be in jail for a nonviolent crime. My name's Joe Biden. I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate. What's not to like about Vermont in terms of the beauty of it? And what a neat town. Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. We choose science over fiction. We choose truth over facts. Think about it. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by the you know the thing.
You know the thing. And indeed, we did know this. We recognized the thing immediately, as both Gallup and mentioned. It's a very sad thing. It's coming for a lot of us. On the other hand, a lot of us are not the president of the United States. Leaders of big countries have to be able to think clearly. Joe Biden couldn't do that. He has not been able to do that for years now. But you would never know the truth about Joe Biden from the news coverage that surrounded and protected him for more than a year. Here's a representative sample of the happy talk we saw night after night on television. You'll notice if you listen carefully to this that it has a
PSE climax.
They knew they were lying. They didn't think they had a choice. Dad's not drunk again. He's just really tired. Watch.
How refreshing. How human. How compassionate. How American.
Biden tried to lift our spirits with a medicinal message about recovering our sense of collective cause. Certainly it was healing.
He didn't say, you need me. He said, I need you. I need you. I mean, my God, isn't that it?
People always talk about the feeling of the relief they've had hearing Biden, but what he's doing now soars above that.
What the president is saying is help is on the way. We're all in this together. I need your help. We're all Americans.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. So no, ladies and gentlemen, Joe Biden isn't staring blankly off into the middle distance. He is not reading lists of cliches he couldn't possibly understand. No, not at all. That's not what you're seeing here. Joe Biden is emoting. He's healing. He's soaring on the rhetoric of Pericles above a grateful nation, propelled aloft by gentle zephyrs of hope. That's what Joe Biden is doing. Oh, please. Why couldn't they just tell us the truth? We saw it ourselves. It might have helped if the media had been honest before the election. Mark Zuckerberg might not have dropped $419 million to swing the outcome of the election. And this would be a different country. But it's too late now. We're stuck with him. So here he is. This is from a televised event this fall. You'll notice, among other things, that Biden is holding out his hands like a doll for no obvious reason.
Just in terms of inflation, because you had told us at a town hall, I think it was in July, that this was just near-term inflation. The Wall Street Journal recently talked to like 67 financial experts who said that they saw high inflation going all the way or deep into 2022.
That was from a CNN special. It's a full hour designed, produced to showcase Joe Biden's strengths and his fundamental awesomeness. Now imagine what he must be like around the office, where there are no cameras or special injections from the White House physicians to clear his head. I mean, it's got to be Thanksgiving at the rest home, with Biden sitting alone making designs in his mashed potatoes. His coworkers are clearly worn out by this, if not affirmatively sick of the whole thing. Watch what happened at the White House earlier this month. And remember, as you view this, that virtually everyone in the room works for Joe Biden, but they're ignoring him anyway. So that's the polite version of what happened that day. Here's the scene moments later with Barack Obama, the rudest president in American history. Obama never liked Joe Biden, and he's hardly going to start pretending to now. We should warn you, this is horrible. We could play clip after clip after clip like that. We've got a whole montage of Joe Biden referring to Kamala Harris as the President of the United States. Spoiler alert, she's not. But why belabor it? The whole thing's depressing. You get it. Everyone gets it. The Democratic Party installed Joe Biden in a last desperate effort to stop the economic populism of Bernie Sanders, and then in the general election in an effort to silence the uncontrollable talking of Donald Trump. To be clear, permanent Washington never feared what Donald Trump would do. They were just pretending to fear that. What actually legitimately terrified them was what Donald Trump might say. What if Trump started noting obvious things and then the whole system came tumbling down? That could happen. Words are the one thing you can't take back, so it was not worth the risk to keep Trump. It absolutely had to be Joe Biden. They assumed Joe Biden would be grateful for the promotion, a ceremonial retirement gig, one last government sinecure before the end. But somewhere along the way, things changed, as they often do. Joe Biden forgot the terms of the deal. He started running up to microphones and pretending to be president. At a certain point, the kabuki went to his head, and then he decided he might actually run for re-election. What the hell? I got 81 million votes the first time. For the Democratic Party, this was disaster. Frankenstein had escaped the lab, so they had to take him out, and now they are. Matt Walsh is the host of the Matt Walsh Show. He joins us tonight. Matt, thanks so much for coming on. So you have to kind of wonder, here the sitting president, like the greatest, most inspirational, uniting president we've ever had, has announced he's running for re-election and nobody says anything? What is this?
Yeah, it's pretty scary. And, of all the footage you can play of the president doddering around like a lobotomy patient, I think the thing that will live in infamy, the thing that encapsulates this presidency, is the footage from over the weekend on Easter at the Easter egg roll, where Joe Biden is being shuffled around, led around the White House lawn by a staffer dressed as the Easter Bunny. I mean, he's being led by the Easter Bunny. It's the most pathetic footage of a president I think we've ever seen. That's only because we don't have footage of Joe Biden soiling himself in front of the Pope. Allegedly. Although, I guess on the plus side, it means that somebody's in charge. Although it's just the Easter Bunny, I would prefer Santa Claus, I suppose. The thing, though, is that for the Democrats, they're kind of in between a rock and a hard place because they've got Joe Biden on one hand, on the other hand, they have Kamala Harris. So if you send Joe Biden off, then you've got Kamala Harris, who, is dumber than AOC, less likable than Hillary Clinton. So that's the situation they're dealing with, and I'm not really sure what they do about it.
Well, it is kind of a nightmare that this guy who they chose because they thought they could control him and no one would be threatened by him because he's so clearly out of it, decides that he's going to take his own course and disobey Barack Obama and Ron Klain. I'm going to run for president again. How worried are they? If he said that in public, what would they do?
Right, exactly. They have someone in there that they can't control. This is one of the reasons also, I just want to say, Tucker, that maybe if we had had our fill of this experiment with an Alzheimer's patient, we should consider, as American people, actually pushing for a change in the policy so that maybe there's an upper age limit on the presidency, so that maybe you have to run for president sometime before you become fully mummified. I think maybe 75 could be the cutoff, and that gives you 35 to 75. That's 40 years to become president. That's a pretty good chunk of time. And if you can't do it in 40 years, then just go home and play with your grandkids. One of the advantages of that, by the way, is that Joe Biden desperately has wanted to be president his entire life. He's been in the public, in public life, politics, his entire life. And someone who wants to be president that bad, that they're even willing to put themselves through this at the age of 78, 79, that's all the more reason to not allow them to. So I think maybe at some point we should start calling for that.
So I wouldn't want to put a number on it because I'm not an ageist, but I do think pre-mummification is a totally fair and constitutional standard, and I'm with you, Matt Walsh, on that. So thank you.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, sometime before that, I think could be required.
Just at some point before that. Matt Walsh, great to see you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
So most of America celebrated when you could finally take off your cloth Biden show called Roland Martin Unfiltered, hosted by a former CNN personality called, predictably, Roland Martin. Roland Martin was furious. And that's odd. You wouldn't think that a host of a show called Unfiltered would support mask mandates, but you would be wrong because Roland Martin loves filters and wants everybody to wear them. He just tweeted this image of himself on a recent flight. As you can see, he's dressed like he's operating a belt sander. He even had headphones on to keep COVID out of his ears. Smart move. Here's what he wrote. I don't give a damn what some grossly unqualified Donald Trump judge said. I'm double masked and wearing goggles on this flight from Nashville to D.C. I had COVID in December. Y'all can kiss my behind about me not wanting it again. And any fool saying they don't matter is a damn liar. So there's Roland Martin. He's not fighting in Ukraine, but he's fighting in America by wearing goggles and 2 masks. What's interesting is that Roland Martin, whose social media, of course, we're glued to, has uploaded a bunch of pictures of himself in public gatherings recently totally unmasked. So he's still unfiltered, except not on planes. So Tulsi Gabbard is one of the only public figures in this country who has fearlessly described America's interests in Eastern Europe and asked the obvious question: how is the United States served by fighting a hot war with Russia? And when she asked that, she speaks for the overwhelming majority of the American people, but for no one in Washington. And for saying that, Mitt Romney accused her of treason. She serves in the military still. Tulsi Gabbard is taking action against the people who have accused her of treason. She joins us next to explain what she's doing. We just told you how Joe Biden hasn't thought clearly in quite some time. We're not trying to be mean, and again, he'll never know. We have a T-shirt to acknowledge that, maybe even celebrate it, certainly laugh about it, because it's better than feeling sad. TuckerCarlson.com is the home for those. Recently, it was considered totally out of bounds to question someone's patriotism because of a political difference in Washington. That was called McCarthyism, and only the lowest sort of people engaged in that. Now it's completely par for the course for people on the left to accuse you of treason if you dare to disagree with Joe Biden in any way. Case in point, Tulsi Gabbard, who was a Democrat, a former sitting member of Congress, challenged the idea that it would be a good policy for the United States to fight a hot war with Russia. For saying that, in other words, she speaks for the overwhelming majority.
Trial start.
But for doing it, members of both parties called her a traitor. Quote, Tulsi Gabbard is parroting false Russian propaganda, wrote Mitt Romney of Utah. Her treasonous lies may well cost lives. Keith Olbermann, who is ludicrous but still alive, agreed. He said Tulsi Gabbard is a, quote, Russian asset who belongs in jail. Now, this kind of stuff flies around the internet all day long, and most people just kind of shrug it off and keep moving. But Tulsi Gabbard doesn't seem like she's going to. She's on the verge tonight of taking legal action against both Mitt Romney and Keith Olbermann. We should tell you, probably know, Tulsi Gabbard is a U.S. Army Reserve officer.
PSE burst.
Eliminated. Her decision. Congresswoman, thanks so much for coming on.
Thanks, Tucker.
So how do you plan to respond to this?
Well, first of all, let me say that I took an oath. As you mentioned, I still serve in the U.S. Army Reserves today. I'm a lieutenant colonel. And 19 years ago, when I enlisted in the military, I took an oath to support and defend our Constitution. I took that very same oath when I was elected to serve in Congress, where I served for 8 years. Senator Mitt Romney has taken that oath, as has every other member of Congress who has had the privilege of serving. And if Mitt Romney had read the Constitution, he would know that treason, the crime that he's accusing me of that is punishable by death, is so serious that our founders deemed it to be the only crime worthy of being defined in our Constitution. And so the situation that we're facing here is a very serious one, not because it's about me, but because it has a much bigger impact on our country. When powerful and influential people basically threaten and intimidate people into silence, as Mitt Romney, Keith Olbermann, and others are doing, they're hoping to achieve that effect, that if anybody dares speak out against the government, that if anybody dares to criticize whatever the permanent Washington establishment's narrative is, then you will be smeared as a traitorous, treasonous traitor. And frankly, it also, if
PSE climax
seriously believes that I have committed treason, why hasn't he brought any evidence or brought charges He clearly doesn't care that there are any consequences, or, as I mentioned, he's just trying to intimidate and bully me and others into silence.
Let me ask a question. So Mitt Romney famously dodged the war in Vietnam. He's a coward. You serve in the U.S. military, so you talk to people who also serve and who might be called to fight this war against Russia. Of the people you know who are currently serving in the U.S. military, how many believe that raising questions about whether a war with Russia is a good idea constitutes treason? Do a lot of your fellow officers think that you said is treasonous?
Not a single person that I know, that I've had the privilege of serving with, and even those who I don't know personally, who take this oath to support and defend our Constitution, to be loyal to our country, wearing the uniform, knowing that we can be called to give our lives in service to our country at any time. I'm confident in saying that they would not agree with his accusations.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. The people who actually face the risk understand we need the conversation. So how do you think you might react to this?
We'll see. We've sent out these cease and desist letters to both Senator Romney as well as Keith Olbermann, and frankly, Tucker, it's in the hopes that they will recognize, it's giving them the opportunity to tell the American people, you know what, on second thought, we understand how serious this crime of treason is. We'll apologize, and we'll make sure that this doesn't happen again, because if we love our country, we care about our democracy, we care about free speech, the last thing that anyone with a platform should want to do is to create this chilling effect where people are afraid to express their views, whether they are mainstream or not, whether they are in line with those in power in Washington or not. This is America, and we all need to stand up and protect this speech, because today it's me, tomorrow it could be you.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Obermann's a sad has-been who lives alone with his cats, but Mitt Romney is a sitting U.S. senator. So I hope that you will join us with his response, because he needs to provide one, I would say. Tulsi Gabbard, thanks so much for joining us.
I look forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Elon Musk famously last week said he'd like to buy Twitter. And the entire establishment, both financial and political in this country, flipped out, because they understand that free speech is not a threat to them, it is the threat to them. They can't control the storyline, they can't remain in power. So you have to wonder, what would happen if he succeeded? What would happen if Elon Musk actually bought Twitter? What would that mean for companies like Amazon and Facebook? We're thinking about it. Straight ahead. The most powerful Democrats in the House did more than any other Democrat to get Joe Biden the presidential nomination. He's also corrupt. And if you think that's a reckless charge to make, listen to the evidence. Fox's Kevin Corke has the story. Hey, Kevin.
Evening, Tucker. It is important to note that, yes, both Democrats and Republicans at various points have paid relatives with campaign cash over the years. We've all heard about that. But among Democrats in 2022, it has reached the level of sport, with generous contributions making their way to family members thanks to a bit of creative accounting. Case in point, as you point out, Democratic House Majority Whip James Clyburn, he has actually showered 5 relatives, including a pair of his daughters and their husbands, and a grandson with more than $200 grand in campaign cash in recent years. That, according to a Fox News Digital review of campaign records. By the way, just last week, you may recall that Fox News Digital reported that Representative Maxine Waters paid her daughter $24,000 during the first quarter of 2022, adding to the more than $1.2 million that the Waters campaign has paid Karen Waters for, quote, slate and mailer management fees and campaign managing services. And, of course, it has widely been reported that Ilhan Omar, representative from Minnesota, has dished out nearly $3 million in campaign cash to her husband's political consulting firm over several years. Ethics watchdogs don't like this sort of thing, although by rule, it still can be done until someone changes the rules. We're going to see a lot more of that, Tucker.
That's for sure. Kevin Corke,
yeah.
Great to see you tonight. Thank you.
You too.
And, of course, members of Congress are allowed to invest using insider information, which is why almost all of them beat the S&P
Enemy reading
average.
confirmed. Please
Well,
stand
corporate
by.
media outlets in this country are convinced in order to survive, they need the monopoly, which gives you no option but to watch and read them. And to have that monopoly, they need to censor people who want to tell the news in a straight way. And that's why they're doing everything they can to stop Elon Musk from buying Twitter. Because if you got to talk, why would you need CNN and MSNBC? So those channels are now trying to tell you that free speech is not the foundation upon which our democracy is built. No, it's dangerous.
Elon Musk wants to change the way we tweet, but could his obsession with free speech on the platform take us down a dangerous path?
Elon Musk's hostile takeover bid for Twitter. Right-wing media is celebrating Musk's bid, saying he's going to rescue free speech.
You know, it's kind of funny. Oh, Elon Musk wants to buy it, but
sure.
there are massive life and globe altering consequences for just letting people run wild on the thing.
Are you concerned that what Musk is trying to do is to open up the platform for more misinformation about topics such as COVID-19 and the 2020 election?
Elon Musk is a danger to Twitter and to freedom of speech. He has been known to say some of the most transphobic and homophobic things to his millions of followers.
These people are fascists. They've torn off the mask. They're now telling you straight to camera that free speech should not be allowed in America. Jason Whitlock is one of the deepest thinkers on this and many other questions, particularly in how the media works, because he's done it all his life. He's the host of Fearless. So the new column on what is happening with Elon Musk and Twitter. We're happy to have him join us tonight. Jason, thanks for coming on. What do you make of this?
Well, I think Elon Musk is an existential threat to the establishment and their control of public discourse. I think Elon Musk is far more dangerous than even President Donald Trump while seated in the White House. Again, Twitter's not very profitable. It's not a great business, but it is in complete control of public discourse. It's the newspaper for the media. It's where the media gets all their talking points and where they get all their false narratives confirmed. And they want no parts of Elon Musk or anybody that believes in free speech, fairness, equality. They want no one like that in control of the platform. How else would they be able to disappear the Hunter Biden laptop story if it was turned over to someone like Elon Musk? And so I think this is broader than just Twitter, because I think Twitter isn't really in control. The technology companies, Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Google, Netflix, that's the real power structure. And if Elon Musk gets a hold of Twitter and starts asking the right questions and discovering things that I think all of us that are more conservative and more traditional than the people that run Twitter, and he starts looking at how they have manipulated the 2020 election under the guise that they were fortifying the election, it's going to eventually lead to, well, hey, Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook, the $400 million you spent fortifying the election, what's really behind that? And so I just think Elon Musk and his bid to take over Twitter is a real problem for the power structure. They've been able to, again, not just silence the 45th president, but a business like Parler that reared its head and potentially could have been a competitor for Twitter. What did Apple do? Kick it out of its app store. What did Amazon do? Shut down its servers and just basically de-platform Parler. Elon Musk is a threat to all of that, and I think they're going to stop at nothing to stop him from acquiring Twitter.
You grew up in this country. We're about the same age. Did you ever think you would live to see the day where people on television told you with a straight face that free speech in America shouldn't be allowed?
So I don't know what's more amazing, because that is amazing. Journalists, people that make a living allegedly pursuing and telling the truth, are hostile to the truth. That's amazing. But to be honest with you, what is more frightening to me is many of the American people have been convinced that freedom isn't valuable. That, oh, no, we don't really need freedom. We'll let the government be in control, and we'll wait for Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski to tell us what to think and do. We don't need freedom. It's all overvalued. This whole country is based on freedom. That's why people want to live here and come here, and we have reached this point where we take it for granted. And so freedom of speech, we don't understand its value. We're not vigilant about protecting it. That's why Twitter and the Silicon Valley mob has been able to take over public discourse in the way that it has.
I think you're absolutely right. And I think a lot of people don't understand what it looks like if this continues even a little bit further. We're going to regret it. Jason Whitlock, I appreciate your coming on. Thank you.
Thank you.
So a brand new report reveals just how extensive big tech's effort to protect the Democratic Party has been. Hundreds of posts censored simply for being critical of the President of the United States. Speaking truth to power no longer allowed if the power is Joe Biden. That's straight ahead.
I'm Frank Sullivan.
Pso2 burst.
Enemy presence eliminated. Good work.
Success. Pso2 climax.
Enemy reading confirmed. Please stand by.
Trial start.
Enemy presence eliminated. Good work.
Success.
Enemy reading confirmed. Please stand by.
Trial start.
は死ぬがいいのじゃ。なめたまねは。
Hello? I hear darkness. He needs guidance. We all need guidance. We need an adult in chat.
PSE Climax.
We need an adult in chat. We need parental supervision.
Taruh aku sebenarnya.
Trial start.
ザコメ弱いやつは死ぬがいいの。
No, you gotta show him that. Yeah, but you can show it to him too. He's Slick Green 323 on Discord.
PSE burst.
弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。雑魚め。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。雑魚め。
Does it matter what you combine to make a multi-weapon?
PSE Climax.
Well, yeah. I remember I originally had a plan, but then that changed. Became Tector Force. I had an original plan and became Tector Force. That's what she said. She told me to come again. Wow. Blue side quest. Where's the main mission story at? Okay. Got it. I just gotta level up and do shit. Get all these side quests. You're racist? Sell stuff on the auction market. Sell stuff. Empty it. Then destroy it. Destroy it. Wow, she just keeps saying keeps getting stronger. Yeah, so now I'm 1100 battle power gated. So now I just gotta level up. Original Prim armor.
Enemy reading confirmed. Please stand by.
Prim armor. Yeah. And the legs, Circulegnos B. They're all 1-star level 1 items. You finished the tutorial yet?
No, I'm still creating my shit.
He's still in character creation mode. Depends on how detailed he gets. So what are my other side quests that I'm on?
PSE burst.
弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。とりゃ弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。雑魚めこの程度かの。
PSE climax.
What? Oh, invite?
弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。
PSE Climax.
Yes, hello? Yes.
弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。とりゃ雑魚め。雑魚め。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。とりゃ雑魚め雑魚め。なめたまねはこれでも食らうのじゃ。とりゃこれでも食らうのじゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。雑魚め。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。とりゃとりゃ雑魚め。
PSE Encore.
Hold on. Do you have privacy settings on Xbox that I don't know about? Because I don't think he's getting the invite. Or maybe he's just not responding to it.
PSE Climax.
I think you need to add him as a friend. I think in your part, you have to check your party settings. Is it party open? You have to check your Xbox part. You have to check your Xbox party settings. Add each other as friends. C. Wilden, he's in my friends list. CB Wilden, CB WILDEN. Yes, DEN. CBWILDEN. So CB Wild EN.
Enemy reading confirmed. Please stand by.
Okay, you said settings, system, and then go where?
食らうのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。
Trial start.
ザコメ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。
Success.
弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。とりゃなめたまねはザコメ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。なめたまねは弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。この程度かの。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。
PSE burst.
弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。
Success.
ザコメ。これでも食らうのじゃ。とりゃとりゃザコメ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。ザコメ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。とりゃとりゃザコメ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。
PSE climax.
これでも食らうのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。
Hello? Did you add him as a friend? Right back. Alright, hello? Yes, black people speaking. You sent him an invite, he didn't pick up? Let me see. I can also see what Xbox friends are online. Kogetsu Nemaru. That's Vandal GTO. Wow, he plays PSO. Vandal GTO, one of my friends on Xbox. You're not in my party anymore. I don't think you're in my party anymore. The game party. In game, we were in party, weren't we?
弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。雑魚め雑魚め。
Wow, I'm dead.
この程度かのこの程度かの弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。なめたまねは弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。なめたまね 弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。雑魚め。なめたまねは雑魚め。
Yeah, what's up? We're scrapped? Where's Joker?
つは死ぬがいいのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。
Yeah, I got level 12. How about that? Oh, I triggered a PSC burst. Getting fucked up. I could use a party.
Emergency announcement. We have confirmed the presence of powerful dolls in the vicinity of the Retem region. All ARCS defenders, please prepare for deployment. Emergency announcement. We have confirmed the presence of powerful dolls in the vicinity of the Retem region. All ARCS defenders, please prepare for deployment. Yes.
emergency transmission. Our data points to the imminent appearance of dark falls
I'm
in the
respawning
central
right
area.
now. About to go back to Central
Involving
City.
the central cannon is currently in the planning stages. Please prepare to deploy.
I'm at the Euchre device outside the laboratory.
You are on a deserted island, right?
Remind you.
Well, because fucking great.
Of your country or your state. Make sure Lord not left with nothing.
Gotta know exactly.
Love yourself and you're not left with nothing.
Gotta know exactly who you are. Lord have mercy. We must stay focused, brothers. We must stay focused.
I can say something nice for you, Mike Malak, and he doesn't like to talk about Lana because.
I'm in the city at the class counter right now.
Ron DeSantis may be the only Republican standing up and going to war in the culture war. And to be fair, the Republicans of the Florida Senate and House. It seems like that's the only place where things are actually happening. Florida Senate passes legislation ending Disney's tax privilege, self-governing power, and special exemption status. It has been a terrible year for Disney. Their stock has dropped precipitously. And in today's news, their stock is down another 4% or so. Because I got to tell you, if you're investing in Disney and you hear they're losing special tax privileges, now it's just Disney in Florida, it's a bad investment. But across the board, it's tanking. Now, right now, in the polls over at Civics, people 18 to 34 think that neither political party is looking out for them. Among 35 to 54, they think the Republican Party, moderately so. But typically, people think the Democrats are more likely to be looking out for them. And you know why this is? It's because Republicans cannot get people to actually to recognize the problems of this country or to prove they're willing to fight back. As the Democrats lose favorability, Republicans should be picking it up. They're not, because Republicans are mostly trash. They don't do anything. They sit on their hands. Why? I believe it was just the other day that we heard from the Republican Party, I think it was Kevin McCarthy, where they were like, we shouldn't impeach Joe Biden, because of political reasons or whatever. And it's just like, no, impeach that man. Young people want to see action. We want to believe that if we vote for you, you will do something. Well, let's talk about that. Over in Florida, Disney was trying to avoid the parental rights and education bill controversy that teachers in schools are teaching children about things they shouldn't be teaching about. I think it's inappropriate for the most part. Now, we're not talking about telling a kid that someone might love another person and have a husband. We're talking about overtly sexual things for 5-year-olds to 9-year-olds. Now, perhaps a parent might determine their child should learn those things. Should be the parent. Teacher should say, maybe you should talk to your parents. You're kind of young, right? Instead, the left freaks out, lies, calls it the Don't Say Gay bill. Then Disney, facing backlash from their employees, bends the knee and says, we are going to see this bill defeated. So Ron DeSantis and the Republicans said, we are going to bring the pain. You want to play politics? We'll play politics. Now their special tax privilege, self-governing power, and exemption status have been revoked. They've passed the legislation. Ron DeSantis is calling for it, so I believe it's going to go through. And then Disney investors get to feel that crunch. Get woke, go broke. It's about time someone stood up to these crackpot cult members who do not represent this country and the majority of the people in it.
Yes.
And it has been that way for some time, but for too long, Republicans have bent the knee, and it's pathetic. You got that governor over in Utah being like, my pronouns are he, him, bow. Okay, dude, sure, play the game. I don't want to play that game. I don't like what Disney is doing. But is anyone on the right going to do anything about it? Apparently, the only person you're going to get, Ron DeSantis and the Republicans in Florida, which is why so many people want to see Ron DeSantis run for president. My understanding now, I don't have the story pulled up, but I heard that Ron said he will not run if Trump runs. And, I can respect that. I mean, Ron DeSantis is a juggernaut right now, but he'd be going up against the juggernaut. Donald Trump's going to have that second term, in my opinion, but we'll see. There's a lot of things about Donald Trump that people don't like. And Ron DeSantis, I think, is better, but maybe Ron can see his moment in 2028. Either way. What we're seeing now is that Democrats keep moving further and further left in a desperate bid to try and gain or maintain some power. Now we're hearing that Joe Biden wants to go further left, start canceling student debt because they're losing and they know it. Going further left is not going to work. Going further left already hurt you in the first place. For some reason, these people have lost their minds. They're chasing after this fictitious image of what they think young people are and want. Play the game, Democrats, all you want. It's not going to work out. Well, let's get started by talking about Disney. What's going on with the stripping away of their special privileges? The GOP in Florida has nuked Disney from orbit. It is affecting their bottom line. The pain has been brought. Before we get started, head over to timcast.com. Become a member. Why? As a member, you keep our journalists working. That's the real issue here. You want to get these news articles. You want our journalists to write. We need your support as members. As a member, you'll get access to our exclusive members-only segments of the Timcast IRL podcast, where we have conversations with people. Typically not family-friendly, but they're often funny, silly, and very adult. But the real value proposition for all of you is if you like the work I do here, this is how we're making it all run. We are hiring. We are expanding. We've got new shows. We're working on new apps. Our mobile app is now in testing. That should be coming out soon. You're going to be able to listen to the podcast on your phone with the screen turned off. I don't want to restrict information. These news articles could be put behind a paywall, and then you have to pay money to see it. But people need to know this stuff. So how do we balance that? Ads are one way, and we're looking at a whole bunch of parallel economic infrastructure. We've got some big announcements coming up. We are not just sitting back. People are like, Tim, get off YouTube. No. Listen, we know. We got big moves coming up. We are seeking to upend that system, disrupt, build new infrastructure, and participate in the expansion of. We have nothing to announce just yet.
See you later.
But I'll just tell you.
Should I just grab the level 3s?
Coming soon. We have some big announcements on building out infrastructure and joining forces with others to say we will not sit back and let these big tech, oligarchy, whatever, far left cult members control everything. Because of your support here, I'm so excited for this. I wish I could just say it now. But please become a member because we are doing a lot behind the scenes. It is going to be epic. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends. Here's the story from timcast.com. Breaking news. Florida Senate passes legislation ending Disney's tax privilege, self-governing power, and special exemption status. With a 23-16 vote, the Senate has passed legislation ending their privileges. Since 1967, Disney has operated its own government around Walt Disney World in Florida. Republican State Rep. Randy Fine, who introduced the legislation, tweeted on Tuesday, Disney is a guest in Florida. Today we remind them. Ooh, smackdown. He says, Governor DeSantis just expanded the special session so I could file HB 3C, which eliminates Reedy Creek Improvement District, a 50-year-old special statute that makes Disney to exempt from laws faced by regular Floridians. Quote, I don't think there's another special taxing district in the state that I'm aware of that has the ability to construct their own nuclear power plant. I think that's something that's unique to Disney. Republican House Speaker Chris Sproul said on Tuesday, under Florida's law, Disney can control their own water, power, emergency services, and more. Quote, I was shocked to see some of the stuff that's in there. They can do their own nuclear power plant. Is there any other private company in the state that can just build a nuclear power plant on their own? Ron DeSantis said during a press conference. They're able to do certain things that nobody else is able to do. So I think they're right to be looking at this and reevaluating and having an even playing field for everybody. I think it's much better than basically to allow one company to be a law unto itself. Disney has become increasingly political, recently making headlines for loud opposition to Florida's parental rights and education law. Branded the Don't Say Gay bill by opponents, the legislation does not actually mention the word gay, but rather prohibits the teaching of gender identity or orientation to students in 3rd grade and below. The company had originally been keeping neutral, but apologized after a backlash from the left. Please, this is what you get. This is what you want. When the lunatics are screaming and you're like, well, 90% of my employees don't mind this. 10% won't shut up. Just give the 10% what they want. You make the 90% angry. The silent majority is silent no more. Take a look at Disney's stock as of today. As of the recording of this video, they are down 4.18%. Perhaps that's normal. Perhaps it's to be expected. You take a look back in the past 5 days and we can see, what was this? A big drop-off occurred on the 19th to the 20th in the early morning. But there was a big spike, to be fair. Perhaps people weren't sure what to expect because Ron DeSantis was saying he was going to revoke the special status of Disney in Florida. Disney as a whole, much larger than just one state. But let's take a look at where we're at now. For Disney, my friends, get woke, go broke. The magic is gone for Disney investors. So saith CNN Business. Disney investors aren't having as awful a year as Netflix shareholders, but that's not saying much. They're going to mention that Netflix's stock has plunged more than 40% this year ahead of its first quarter earnings released after the closing bell Tuesday. Meanwhile, shares of Disney have dropped by 15% so far in 2022. So I think I may have made a mistake earlier in the segment. Fact check if in the event I did. Netflix is down 40%. Disney has dropped 15%. That makes Disney one of the worst performers in the Dow, which is down just 4% this year. Both companies have been plagued by concerns about streaming competition and fierce battles for subscribers. Inflation is a problem too, but my friends, Florida controversy is still an issue for Disney. Disney has also come under fire after CEO Bob Chapek initially refused to speak out against Florida's parental rights and education bill. Following criticism from workers, he did condemn the law.
What then? What do you mean?
A success!
Don't know. Oh, Street Fighter. That's Street Fighter all day. Guile theme, 10 hours. Lieutenant Colonel Guile. It's a Guile theme, 10 hours.
A success! A success! A success! A great success!
I might have to call it.
A
I have to do dungeons tomorrow. My medicine's got me fucked up.
Come again?
Well, that's just got me weak. Just link with me tomorrow. I got a bunch of stuff I'm still I have to get organized and take care of. I just went out of it. Bad. Not for that one. I'll be back on. Nope.
A success!
I'll be back on tomorrow.
A success! Come again?
Hey. Republicans are now threatening Disney with boycotts. Whether or not Florida's controversy is having an actual impact on Disney Plus subscriptions, movie, blah, 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 is up for debate. It is. The Daily Wire. How are they so big? How does the Daily Wire have 600,000 paying members? How does timcast.com continue to grow? We don't have nearly that many, but please become a member at timcast.com so that we can grow too. How is it that we are all doing better than, say, CNN Plus? It's because people in our sphere of influence, be it moderate, independent, post-liberal, libertarian, conservative, anti-woke, are sick and tired of wokeness, and we got the message. It's slow-moving, it took time, but when Jeremy Boring of the Daily Wire came out and said, stop giving money to companies that hate you, give it to me instead, I think that was a rallying cry for all of us. Stop giving money to companies that hate you, give it to me instead. It's funny, it's meant to be somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but it's a great point. How many people do they have now at Jeremy's Razors? 50,000? Harry's Razors wanted to get woke. They can go broke. The movement is happening now. Many people were like, conservatives aren't canceling these services. Don't worry about that. Create alternatives. That's what we're doing. We're going as fast as we can. There are challenges with growing a company. You know, we're at around 30 or so employees. There's ebbs and flows. We're trying to hire new people. We're trying to do the work. We're trying to expand. And we need to make these moves. Chicken City, and I know I often make jokes about it, but it has been a resounding success. We're doing about $1,000 a day on Chicken City. This is family content. When I go out on Twitter and I'm like, hey, Chicken City made $1,500 today in Super Chats. Everybody loves the chicken parties. When I just wrote the Chicken City theme song, and we are making cartoon shorts. You might say, what does this have to do? It's so dumb and silly. What does it have to do with politics? Everything. Now, I make Chicken City out to be silly on purpose because it's marketing. But here's the reality. We're trying to beat Disney. How does TimCast.com beat Disney in 10 years? We want to make content that is family friendly. We want messaging not to be overt. We want it to be in the background. So here's what we've done. We've got Pop Culture Crisis. Brett Dasovic and Mary Morgan hosting the show. Talking about celebrities, movies, video games, etc. Rappers, all that stuff. Why? We want to engage with current pop culture so that we make sure that we're at the table when these conversations happen. We're not woke. We have Tales from the Inverted World, entertainment content, mysteries, paranormal, not political. And then we make Chicken City. And some people are like, Tim, why aren't you putting money behind your political content, your Timcast IRL? We already have the ears of those who've seen the problem. Now we're striking the tip of the spear into the heart of the issue. Politics is downstream from culture. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to have Chicken City Kids books. We're going to have Chicken City Kids cartoons. Chicken City live stream. It makes money. And we are pulling people into our sphere of influence, which is not just about policy or politics. It is about saying, be free, be responsible, and have fun. We make Chicken City. Regular people watch it. We move them over to our sphere of influence and say, ignore the woke, ignore Disney, ignore the political, enjoy your day. We're building culture. We are going to be making cartoon shorts about Chicken City where it's the chickens doing silly things and they're laughing, and it's going to be a kids show. But it's going to be funny for adults too. There's going to be clips on YouTube where you're going to laugh when you watch it, but we want family-friendly stuff. What Disney is embracing is inherently not family-friendly. I don't care if you think your kids are ready or not for these discussions about identity or orientation. We're just not going to be involved in that. We're going to say you as the parents have the responsibility. It is personal responsibility, but we will create entertaining things and it will be educational. You can watch the chickens do chicken business. It is about making cultural content that has an impact and works. And now, I'll tell you this, it's been about a month. Chicken City has 35,000 subs and makes about $1,000 a day. We are profiting. We are profiting off of family-friendly content. These shows will be offerings on our app when we start competing with Disney. Now let's be realistic. Are we or anybody else going to defeat Disney in the next 5 years? Probably not, but maybe. In the next 10 years? Yes. If Disney doesn't course correct and they want to get woke, let them go broke because we are storming that hilltop. The Daily Wire is making cultural content. And as Disney and Hollywood retreat and make weird political messaging at the forefront of the content they produce and people abandoned it, we take that space on that hill at the top where regular people say, I much like this. Making jokes. I don't want timcast.com just to be a bunch of political talking heads doing talk radio. I've never been about that. I've always been about making art and culture, and that's what we're doing. So, I love Chicken City. The chickens are hilarious. I love making jokes where I'm like, Chicken City is now bigger than CNN Plus. It's not. CNN Plus has 150,000 paying subscribers, though only 10,000 daily active users. But Chicken City is doing really, really, really well. Smashing success. We're going to roll out apps. We're going to roll out TV apps. You're going to be able to go on, you're going to get the Timcast app on your television, on your Roku, on your Apple Plus, and you're going to watch our shows. And it's going to be worth it. And we are going to take from them the ground they have given up. It's on them. It's absolutely on Disney and these other companies that want to play this game. The infrastructure is being built. We will embrace, we will adopt, and we will win. Talk radio's been around for a while. Conservatives have long done it. But for too long, conservatives have just complained about stuff. I'm not a conservative. And perhaps this is where the change is really occurring. Many conservatives are starting to learn. It's time to be engaged in culture. That's why the Daily Wire is making movies. But you see, I've always been an artistic urban liberal type, playing music, making skate videos. It's always been cultural, less political. But I've always been somewhat political. Now, as the woke have taken over the left, and people like me are backing away and saying we don't like the authoritarianism or the dogma, we now see the conservatives are like, hey, we're more than happy to take any help we can get. And so we're making content that people are happy with, and it's going to change the shape of culture in this country, and politics will be downstream from that. That is to say, Disney is suffering because they've embraced wokeness, and they will get broke. The charge is happening now. Take a look at this from January. Video platform Rumble acquires stake in payment processor Parallel Economy. Rumble Inc., a YouTube-style website, this is from U.S. News, popular among conservatives, has acquired a stake in the payment processor Parallel Economy, the company said on Tuesday. They mentioned January 6th for no reason. Parallel Economy is the latest venture from Jeffrey Warnick, an investor whose portfolio includes Airbnb, Uber, and Parler, and Dan Bongino, a fellow Parler investor. Parallel Economy functions as an alternative to Stripe, a U.S. technology startup valued at $95 billion in March. Users can transfer money from their bank account into a creator's account with a credit or debit card. Parallel Economy provides Rumble content creators with the assurances they can still transact with their supporters if their statements are deemed objectionable by other tech companies. In exchange for an equity stake in Warnick and Bongino's company, Rumble will make Parallel Economy the preferred payment processor for its users. The moves are happening now. Rumble announced September 3rd, 2021, as promised. We are hard at work building the rails to a new economy. Numerous businesses are already using Rumble Cloud solutions and loving the results. These services will include cloud plus storage, email solutions, video streaming, and compute. More coming soon. The woke, big tech, they wanted to grab and seize the means of production. And they were doing it. Taking over Twitter, the means of communication. Taking over hosting providers and financial services. That's changing now. No more will we be under the boot of those who will say, if you say a naughty word, we shut you down. You know what I want? Competition. With Rumble, Parallel Economy, and these other services emerging, what's going to happen is big tech will be forced to say, please don't go. Please. Right now. Here's what they'll do. They'll come to you and say, we couldn't help but notice that you said a naughty word on your podcast. I'm afraid we're going to have to delete your episode. And so we say, please, we won't say the naughty words. So what do? Well, at timcast.com, we've created what I refer to as the speakeasy. There are some things they don't want you saying on their platforms. Fine. We'll put it on timcast.com, and we'll have the uncensored family-friendly stuff, and it's behind a paywall. I don't like the idea that we have to restrict it in that way, but we do need... Bandwidth is expensive, I'll just put it that way. And we want to grow. So here we go. With your membership at timcast.com, we are expanding the company. We've got a lot of back-end stuff happening right now. A lot of big moves are being made, and it's all thanks to you. You see what's happening with Rumble and Parallel Economy. Far from perfect, but the competition will mean that when big changes start happening, these big tech companies are going to be like, why are we bleeding users? Why is Netflix.com dropping 25% overnight, 40% this year, hundreds of thousands of subscribers ditching them? Because alternatives have emerged and the competition is real. So now, when someone comes out and wants to make a political statement, YouTube's going to have to ask themselves a question. How many users can we afford to lose? You see, for some people, yeah, YouTube has ad revenue, and it is good. And you got to fish where the fish are. That's true. But you look at Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino got censored by YouTube, and he said, I don't care. I have more subscribers on Rumble anyway. Wow. I mean, good for him. We don't have that privilege, but we do have a lot of subscribers on Rumble, and we do post our videos on Rumble. YouTube, wake-up call. When I talk to YouTube and they're like, we don't really know why you're getting having these problems with demonetization, I say, you know what's going to happen? When the big shift happens, and I have 1 million+ subscribers on Rumble, I'm just going to be like, why am I bothering with YouTube? I'll prioritize Rumble. That's the power of membership at timcast.com. You know what we just saw the other day? Ethan Klein of H3H3 Productions. And I am genuinely empathetic here. He announced yesterday, or I should say a video was circulating yesterday, where he said, we have no sponsors today because I've been deemed an existential threat to gay people and their rights. You know, it's a shame. It sucks that people are doing this to me. And I'm like, it is a problem. Ethan should be allowed to speak his mind. Sponsors should be freaking out and screaming and running away because woke mobs are attacking them. But you know what? Don't use those companies. Now, the problem is Ethan Klein, he bent the knee to these people. He joined them. He swore his allegiance. He deleted his Jordan Peterson episodes. Big mistake. And Jordan Peterson warned they will come
Photon generators units 1 through 6 are now stabilized.
I would like it if Ethan Klein didn't have to worry about this. You know why?
Charged.
Ethan used to be edgy. He used to say naughty words. He hosted people like Jordan Peterson, and good for him. Well, he got scared because these big companies started threatening him, you know? What you doing there, Ethan? You saying naughty words? We will end your company. And he said, please don't end my company. I know I'm saying company on purpose. His company. And so what ends up happening is he bends the knee. And more these shakedown tactics work. But now we have parallel economies. We have parallel infrastructure. And we can sit back, put our feet up and say, we don't care. They went to Dan Bongino and said, we don't like your opinion on masks. And Dan Bongino said, I don't care what you think. I have more subscribers on Rumble. And they went, but, and then they banned his account and he laughed. I don't care. He's like, my business isn't even with YouTube. They can ban me. Why should I care if the Crab Shack in the middle of nowhere bans me when I'm going to go to Joe's Crab Shack, the big chain, right? You see, for a while, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, they owned the space. But we are taking that ground back. Disney, you reap what you sow. The Daily Wire's got movies. Only a couple, but they're working on TV shows. Timcast.com has some shows, only a couple, but we are expanding. Second season of Tales from the Inverted World coming soon, the second book. We are doing what we can and we are starting things out, but we will take that ground. We will hold the center, and these companies will learn that though it took time, you've lost when you've ceded this territory to the far left. And here we go. Let me show you this. From Politico. Scutari. Democrats strayed too far left in 2021. Scutari, though a North Jersey Democrat, has developed alliances with members of his own party from South Jersey. Politico says, New Jersey Democrats paid a political price for being off mainstream in the last election. I think whenever a political party gets too off mainstream, they pay a price for it. Scutari owes his position at the top of the Senate to the shocking defeat in November of the Senate President Steve Sweeney. For years, was a proponent of fiscal policies that represented the more conservative side of the Democratic Party. But after the November election, in which Governor Phil Murphy won re-election by defeating Republican Jack Ciattarelli by a narrower than expected 3 points, some Democrats, including Sweeney allies, blamed the governor's unabashed progressivism for juicing Republican turnout. Democrats saw a net loss of 7 seats in the election, 6 in the Assembly and 1 in the Senate. The bulk of those losses were suffered by South Jersey Democrats. I was a South Jersey resident for a while, and we left. Jeff Van Drew, good for you. He was a Democrat, and I was a Republican. This is what happens. The top Democrat in the state, for the state politics, apparently, I believe, lost to a Republican, and it was a guy who, barely campaigned and never campaigned before. That's how bad things have gotten. You want to go far left, then you reap what you sow. What's this? Biden admin to cancel student loan debt for 40,000 people. All right, keep playing that game. We will keep taking that ground. Now, I got to be honest. You know, we're fairly moderate over here at Timcast. We got several people who are conservative. Our good friend Seamus Coughlin is a conservative Catholic. But we also have people who are fairly left-leaning. I, myself, lean slightly left. I ignore the woke lunatics who are like, Tim Pool's right-wing, he's not really on the left. Because they don't actually watch the show. They're like, you're MAGA supporters, but the MAGA supporters who are insulting me and calling me all the names in the book. No, we're fairly moderate. There are certainly Trump supporters who watch the show. I think most of the people who watch the show probably voted for Trump, but I didn't vote for Trump in 2016. And many of the people who watch, I think it's only around a third or more, are proponents of Donald Trump. I think, we did a poll, and it's mostly libertarian, moderate libertarian types. Most people who watch the show are the biggest demographic we have is in Chicago, and Chicago is a mostly independent kind of place. The point is, I like the idea of canceling student loan debt interest. Now, you got to pay back your loans.
Attention,
this is the
all
Biden
ARC
administration
defenders.
smacking
We are
regular
beginning a
Americans in the face with the far left
dolls
policy
appearing
to
in the
pander to a group of
region.
people who probably will
Request
still
the
not vote for you.
participation of all ARCs defenders.
Well, you reap what you sow. Take what you want, I guess. Let's take a look at where regular people are sitting at. Fox News reports BLM silent when confronted with data showing massive 2020 spike in black murder victims. Why did that happen? Defund the police, maybe? I think there was something like 200 departments across the country that defunded to a certain extent. In New York, I think it was like $1 billion. Crime had been skyrocketing, and what do regular people think? They think crime is bad, and I don't want to live this way. Keep embracing the far left. It's funny how long it took Democrats to realize that defund the police was a losing strategy, but they finally started to wake up to that. I look at people like Jon Stewart, his show failing. Only 40,000 viewers. Well, they say 40,000 homes, whatever that means. It means the people in the homes might actually be more, Oh, okay, sure, whatever. Bill Maher is, trying to come out and be like, well, I have some Republicans who watch now. Still, Bill, you're a bit disingenuous, I gotta be honest. Me, I was always an urban liberal type, but I got no problem calling it like I see it. When Donald Trump came out in 2016, I was like, nah, no thanks. I'm not a conservative. And he was pushing a lot of things. I'm like, Bernie Sanders, I liked. Bernie Sanders is like no open borders, helping the working class, corrupt politicians, gun rights, an urban versus rural issue. I was always fairly moderate, slightly left on gun and out guns. Now I'm like as libertarian can be on guns. More so than even the people who come on the show. I'm like, it's in the Constitution. You got to change it if you want to change it, if you don't like it. Now, 2020 comes around. I look at Donald Trump and I'm like, it's the best we can get. It was not that bad under Trump. No new wars. That was huge. I think foreign policy has been one of the biggest problems the U.S. has had forever. We couldn't fix our own pipes in Flint because we're busy building pipes in Afghanistan. Get out of here. I'm not interested in nation building in Afghanistan. Some people were like, yeah, well, what about nation building in South Korea? And I'm like, look, I think what happened there is good. I don't like the spread of communism, but Afghanistan is just Afghanistan. I mean, look, come on. No. Not interested. The Cold War is over. We're still in some kind of Cold War, so I can respect a certain degree of the U.S. trying to push back against China and Chinese infrastructure, but it's soft power. It's got to be investments in infrastructure, not military occupation and expansion. Anyway, I digress. I don't want to get into that. The point is, under Trump, no new wars. Under Trump, we're bringing our troops back. Under Trump, you got to pay your fair share. Under Trump, a booming economy, and I said, I'll take it. I don't care if he's a Republican. I don't care if he's a conservative. I care that he does things that are working. And Joe Biden is not that guy. So now they're like, Tim Pool's far right. Oh, sure. And then when we get some crackpot right-wing Republican and I vote for the Democrat guy, although I got to be honest, I don't think I'll ever vote for a Democrat again. Don't like Republicans all that much, but
success.
It beats what the other side has to offer. Let me show you this here from Civics. Which political party do you think is more concerned with the needs of people like you? Here we can see that 40% say Democrats, 35% say Republicans, and 22% say neither. You want to know what I really, really love about this? Let's go 65 plus. 43% Republican, 42% Democrat, 13% saying neither. The funny thing here is the older crowd, it looks like that we're represented by those who live in the two-party system and long did. Let's go to 50 to 64. 41 Republican, 40 Democrats, now 17% saying neither. 35 to 49. 39% Democrats, 32% Republicans, 26% saying neither. And 18 to 34. Now that is interesting. 18 to 34-year-olds say 40% say the Democrats rep them better. 31% say neither, and 25% say Republicans. The fascinating thing about that is, well, for a while, Republicans actually had more support than people who didn't like either party. It looked like they might actually gain some ground. But the Republicans are just so worthless. So worthless. It looks like the real possibility of a third party may be emerging. Now, of that neither, half are probably far left, half are probably conservative, and the Republicans just don't have it. But I do find it fascinating that Democrats have seen a dip a little bit and remained somewhat stagnant. But across the board, when you go back to 2015, 29% say Republicans to today, 35 say Republicans. And I think it's because of the rise of populist America First types. That's what we are seeing. That is changing the game. The Democrats may be in their cult, but if more people like Lauren Boebert, Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Freedom Caucus types, Rand Paul, if they keep winning primaries, if you keep voting for them, the Republican Party might actually redeem itself. The Democrats have their cult members. They're not breaking out. But these companies are suffering under wokeness. Let them do it. They're going to lose. What I think we're seeing right now, the neither people, I've never thought highly of the Republican Party, but I'll probably vote for some of them. I won't vote for Democrats. And that's the interesting thing, because then we're looking at 57% to 40%. 57% are not Democrats. Would they rather have a Republican? The generic ballot for the midterms, excuse me, for the midterms shows Republicans have the edge. I think that says that the people who don't like the Republican Party are still more willing to vote for the Republican Party than Democrats. But cult members are still more likely to vote for Democrats. Interesting nonetheless. Interesting nonetheless. I don't have all the answers, my friends. I don't. What I can say is we are taking the internet by storm. Chicken City is growing. We're going to have that kids show. We're going to make content for kids. It's not going to be over the top. Look, a lot of the books conservatives have made for kids have had political messages. I just want to make educational books for kids. I want to make products that families can use that aren't political. And that, I think, is important. So I'll leave it there. Next segment's coming up at 8 p.m. tonight over at youtube.com/TimCastIRL. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you all then.
Mission accomplished. Thank you for your contribution.
弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。なめた真似はこれでも食らうのじゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。とりゃ雑魚め。これでも食らうの。これでも食らうのじゃ。とりゃこれでも食らうの。これでも食らうのじゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。雑魚め。雑魚め。これでも食らうのじゃ。雑魚め。雑魚め。これでも食らうのじゃ。とりゃ雑魚め。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。 食らうのじゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。なめたまねは雑魚め。雑魚め、これでも食らうのじゃ。とりゃ、これでも食らうのじゃ。雑魚め、雑魚め、雑魚め、雑魚め。
This is an emergency transmission.
雑魚め、弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。
Trial
弱い
start.
やつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。雑魚め、これでも食らうのじゃ。とりゃ、これでも食らうのじゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。雑魚め、とりゃ、とりゃ、
Success.
とりゃ、とりゃ、雑魚め、これでも食らうのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。雑魚め、雑魚め、雑魚め、とりゃ、雑魚め、とりゃ、とりゃ、なめたまねは弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。とりゃ、これでも食らうのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。
PSE burst.
Eliminated. Good work.
なめたまねは
Success.
雑魚め、弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。雑魚め、雑魚め、雑魚め、これでも食らう。とりゃ、これでも食らうのじゃ。 は死ぬがいいのじゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。とりゃ雑魚め。雑魚め。これでも食らうのじゃ。
PSE Climax.
雑魚め。死ぬがいいのじゃ。雑魚め。雑魚め雑魚め雑魚め雑魚め。
PSE Burst. PSE Climax.
なめたまねは雑魚これでも食らうのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。雑魚めとりゃ雑魚めとりゃこれでも食らうのじゃ。雑魚め弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。とりゃ雑魚め雑魚めこれでも食らうの。雑魚め雑魚め雑魚め
This reading.
雑魚これでも食らうのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。とりゃとりゃ
PSE Burst.
あれは
Our guest today is a working class hero, Christian Smalls, the founder and president of the Amazon Labor Union, who scored a huge victory this past April 1st when workers in Amazon's JFK 8 warehouse in Staten Island voted to unionize with representation by the ALU. He has previously been fired by Amazon for blowing the whistle on unsafe working conditions and poor treatment of workers at the warehouse. Christian, welcome back to the program.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
So I just want to let people know, so that was a big deal. Amazon workers on Staten Island vote to unionize, a landmark win for labor. And I just want to ask you, Christian, what was it like organizing? Because we hear people talk a lot who call themselves Democrats or liberals or lefties or pro-worker. We heard people talk about organizing along class lines. Now, what does that mean to you, and is that what you did?
Yeah, we didn't just talk about it. Jimmy, you've been covering me since I was terminated, and you've seen sort of the transition of how I continue to persevere and advocate for workers' rights for almost 2 years, over 2 years now. So I didn't just talk about it. I went on the ground and I actually got my hands dirty, and I stayed outside of an Amazon facility for 11 months. And the workers saw that. Workers saw me out there every single day in, day out, rain or shine, just continuing to advocate and build relationships and earn the trust until, we were able to become successfully the first union in American history.
And so talk about the coalition of workers that you put together, and what kind of people make up your coalition.
These are former and current Amazon workers. Most of them are still currently working there. Some are, unfortunately, they were terminated as well, or they no longer work for the company, but they also continue to advocate along with me. Some actually were even directly underneath me when I was a supervisor there. So there's, my vice president, Derek Palmer, who's been around since day one. Jason Anthony, he used to be underneath me day one. Gerald Bryson, who, breaking news, guess what? He just got reinstated as of today.
Oh,
breaking. 10J has been uplifted. I believe a judge just approved that he'll have his job back. So that's 2 years back pay going back to him, and he's supposed to be reinstated within 2 weeks. So that's great news for the labor movement and for Amazon workers. He was with me. He was underneath me as well. And Jordan Flowers, still day one. And everybody else that joined us in our 2-year journey. There's so many amazing people. I can't name all of them, but I can tell you that they uprooted their lives. They changed their whole lives for this movement. And they moved to Staten Island. Not really, I'm sure about what we was going to do. But we moved everybody to Staten Island, and we all came together and said, this is where it has to happen. At JFK 8 in Staten Island, we were able to do so.
And so now, what was your pitch to the workers to get them to join the union? Because not everybody did. A lot of people voted against it. So what were the hurdles you had to get over in their mentality to get them to go along with your union?
Well, the fact that we are Amazon workers, we know the ins and outs of the company, we know the grievances, we lived it. We lived the reality of our situation in our community. We didn't really have to pitch too much because it was the fact that we are actually living in the same type of predicament that they are. We travel the commute 2.5 hours, 3 hours each way. We dealt with the TOT system, the unpaid time system. We dealt with the system that Amazon created. And we can relate to the language. We can relate to the grievances, as I mentioned. And I think what we're pitching is that we want change for our own selves, for our working environment, for our working conditions. Amazon is ran off a system of metrics and numbers. The union was about compassion. It still is about compassion and caring about one another. We did things that were unprecedented, non-traditional. We took care of one another. We showed the workers what it is to stand up and be encouraged to do that. And also just, once again, earning the trust, having several conversations, being consistent, not just having a bunch of lip service or, having a third party or an established union that we have to educate about Amazon. We are the actual workers. We know the problems, and I think that resonated more so.
Did you experience workers who normally would have differences politically, putting those political differences aside and coming together around your union?
Absolutely. You know, Staten Island, if people don't know, is Trump Island. You know, it's not democratic at all, and we couldn't tie ourselves to political candidates. Even though individually I may do so from time to time, endorse certain folks. The union itself, ALU, doesn't endorse politicians. We don't pick sides. We don't care whether you left, right, up, down, middle, red, green, blue, yellow. It doesn't matter. We want to represent all workers. At the end of the day, everybody's a worker. You know, it's not about political views, and we can't, you know, pick and choose who we want to organize with. We want to include everybody.
So what you're saying is, if you're an Amazon worker, it doesn't matter if you're a communist, a socialist, a Democrat, a libertarian, a gun nut, or a Trumper. You all are experiencing the same kind of oppression from the same oligarchy, and so you all have common needs, and you come around. You can coalesce along common ideas. That's what you're saying.
That's what solidarity is. You know, people scream solidarity but don't know what it is. You know, they pick and choose when they want to use it. You know, if you're talking about solidarity, you gotta find a commonality. You gotta build up the commonality. And the commonality for Amazon workers is the working conditions, the environment, the culture. And what we do with ALU is we created a culture that resonates with the mass and the majority. And that's how you form a union. And that's what a union should represent. You're talking about unity, you talk about bringing people together. Once again, we build off the commonality of what the issues are, so we don't fall into the rabbit hole of, because you're left or right, we don't want to organize with you.
So that your JFK 8, this the fulfillment center you organized is in Staten Island, like you said. So there's going to be a lot of Trumpers who work there. And so they're now in your union. And you caught a lot of flack because you went on Tucker Carlson and to help spread your message. You know, workers come in all stripes. And you representing a class of people. You're not representing political ideologies. You're representing a class of people. So you went on Tucker Carlson and you did it. You did a really great job. I think you did a great job. And everybody has their own agenda. Your agenda was to get your message out, and I think you did. And so let me just play. It's very brief. It's only about 2.5 minutes, maybe 3 minutes. So I'm going to play it, and then I just want so people have a context of what we're talking about. So let me just play.
So were you surprised that Sandy Cortez, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who has said repeatedly that she's on the side of the worker against the corporation, wasn't standing with you at the barricades?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it wasn't just her. It was all of them pretty much. You know, it's not
fair.
You know, I don't want to make it just between us and AOC because, you know, a lot of them didn't show up. And, you know, once again, we have no ill will against them. We know that whether they showed up or not, they didn't make or break our election. We just had to continue to organize.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird moment because, I mean, I'm on the right. I've never been particularly pro-union, but it does seem like Amazon needs some counterbalance. Like, it's this huge company. The workers have no power, and maybe we could, I don't know, share a little power with people who work there. So that's my view anyway. So tell us where you are in your organizing efforts.
Well, right now, you know, we're fighting for a contract. You know, Amazon's disputing the election results. So we're in walking and chewing bubble gum at the same time. We're fighting for a contract. We're preparing for another election in 2 weeks on April 25th. We're going to be voting at a second location directly across the building that we just unionized. So we're in the thick of a fight right now, you know, a legal battle. And, you know, we just have to stay grounded and pretty much begin our campaign all over again.
I mean, you'd think that Amazon would be open to a union, wouldn't you? That Amazon would be open to a union, wouldn't you? It's a very progressive company. Why do you think they're trying to thwart you from organizing?
Amazon hasn't been unionized in this country since the beginning of its existence, and they're very anti-union. You know, they created a system that hires and fires people. They created a system that they have full control of the working people, and you know, having a union obviously brings representation for the workers that'll benefit the workers at the bottom, like myself, hourly associates, entry-level workers that don't get the right to negotiate. So forming a union gives us the right to collective bargain with the company, form a contract to protect ourselves. So that's exactly what we're trying to do with the Amazon Labor Union. We're hoping that we'll be a catalyst for something that'll take place nationwide.
Well, I certainly am rooting for you. I mean, maybe if they throw some more woke slogans at you, you'll forget you can't feed your family.
Right.
Chris, I appreciate your coming on. Thank you very much.
So that was the entire interview, and it was fantastic. And I think that, you know, I saw an article that more Democrats watch Tucker Carlson than watch MSNBC. So you're reaching a big, broad. You're not just reaching right-wingers or Republicans. You're also reaching Democrats, centrists. And you caught a lot of heat for going on Tucker Carlson. And I just wanted to show two examples, and then you can respond to it. This is from someone from Media Matters. Now, Media Matters normally focuses on clipping videos of right-wing people and showing how horrible they feel they are. And so they thought it was wrong for you to go on. They said Tucker Carlson is a hateful bigot, and he uses his program every night to spread his hateful bigotry. Someone like Smalls appearing on his show only gives Tucker credibility he doesn't deserve. And then one more. There's a necessary conversation to be had about why so many pro-labor electeds kept their distance from JFK 8 fight. But Tucker Carlson's investment in that debate is only to weaken, divide, and confuse. Don't play his game. So what do you say to that, Chris?
It's just ridiculous, you know.
Trial start.
I stay out of Twitter. You know, I tweet and I go about my business. That's what most people should do. But I guess people who have nothing else better to do than have Twitter fingers all day. But that's not what organizing is. You know, organizing, not social media and not tweeting. You know, I stand in solidarity with somebody and not doing anything. You know, it doesn't matter what show I go on. I'm going to have Slack going on the show with you tonight.
That's right.
It's like people don't understand. It doesn't matter who I talk to. It doesn't matter what show I'm on. Somebody always got something to say, and that's just what I learned in my short 2 years of organizing in the labor movement. It doesn't. I'm damned if I do. I'm damned if I don't. So it doesn't matter if I go on your show, doesn't matter if I go on MSNBC, doesn't matter if I go on CNN, Fox. To me, I'm going on Fox, but everybody focuses on the person I'm interviewing with. And that's ridiculous. Forget about what I'm talking about. They're worried about Tucker Carlson. I don't give a damn about Tucker Carlson. I never met the man, never watched his show. I didn't even watch the interview until now. So that just tells you how much I don't care. And the only thing I care about is the workers. And I'm hoping that people understand that. It's like, you know, it's about the message. It's about what I'm talking about. It's not about who I'm interviewing with. And if I have the availability to get on somebody's show that has a big platform, I'm going to do it. Because it's about reaching the mass, like you mentioned. And that's what people don't understand.
So let me ask. So let me just. Of course, I'm being facetious, but when you're organizing a union at Amazon that has all stripes of colors of people and from all different political persuasions, is it helpful to your organizing effort to call half the people at that place racists and bigots? Is that helpful?
Absolutely. I mean, no. I mean, of course. Is that, you know, because I went on, I done 1,001 interviews with many people, and the one interview everybody's having a Twitter war about is Tucker Carlson. Really? It's like, come on now. If you go back from the beginning of when I got fired, I've been on plenty of people's shows, including yours, and it doesn't matter. You know, people always got something to say. But I don't care about that. I don't care about social media. I'm doing the work on the ground every day. You know, that's what's important. It's the workers that are actually affected by how we're organizing and what we're doing. So as long as they are okay with it, I'm okay with doing what I need to do.
Okay. What's funny is that you didn't, well, you kept your eye on the ball about what's happening, getting your message out about workers and not making it about personalities, which was very smart of you and very deft of you to do that. And the irony is the people who were criticizing you were doing that. They were actually, quote unquote, taking the bait and making it about personalities instead of about the issues. And so that's why those people have never done anything in their life that even comes close to what you've already accomplished, which is the biggest momentous thing that happened for union organizing in a generation at least. So you're out there getting it done, and people are, of course, telling you where you could do it better. People who've never done anything. And what you've tweeted out was, you're focused on me, I'm focused on we. And that was the perfect comeback. Now, I just have a few questions for you. In the New York Times article about your victory, they say the near-term question facing the labor movement and other progressive groups is the extent to which they will help the upstart Amazon labor union withstand potential challenges to the result and negotiate a first contract, such as by providing resources and legal talent. Now, is any of that happening? Has the other labor organizations stepped up to help?
Yeah, of course. Now that we won, everybody and the mother is reached out. Cool. This is what we want. We wanted to shake the labor movement up, shake up the, politicians as well to get their support. And it's never too late to get involved, and that goes for everybody who didn't show up in the beginning. But we just have to make sure that they have the workers' interests, and that's my job as the interim president, is to make sure that whoever wants to get involved, they absolutely can, but they can't just get involved for a week or two. They got to make sure they're here for the long haul, especially the New York progressives and the New York elected officials, the unions, established unions. If you're going to get involved with the Amazon workers or the ALU in any capacity, we want to make sure that you are here for these workers on the day-to-day and are putting something on paper, better laws, better bills that are going to help us organize and help the workers get protections.
So I remember not too long ago, I was on Twitter and I saw someone tweet out, they said something like, hey, what are we supposed to do when Trumpers want to join our union? And someone responded, you declare victory. That's what you do. You declare victory. So that's when you have the power, when you have people from all sides of the political spectrum coming together. They can dismiss you if it's just a bunch of progressives or a bunch of libertarians or a bunch of Greens or a bunch of socialists. If there's just a group, a small group, the bigger the group, the less they can dismiss you. And I think that's a great lesson to take. I have one more video I'd like to show you. This is Jim Cramer on CNBC, and this was his assessment of the problems at Amazon, or the problem of the union at Amazon, and I'd just like to get your response.
Well, we know that the union work rules are what everything is about. It's the same case with Starbucks, too. If you can't tell your employees when they work, then you're really not able to have much of an ability to be able to move product or move coffee. And I think that the unions will be in charge of time that you need to work. And that would be dreadful very dreadful for NHS.
So, we were able to hear that? He's saying this is all about unions controlling the time clock and when people are going to work and when they're not. And if the company cannot control when workers work, that's dreadful for them. What do you say to that?
That was funny as hell. So he's saying basically they're going to lose a bunch of money. That's what they're complaining about, is losing a bunch of millions and millions of dollars that they don't really need anyway. I don't care. We're going to control people's, working 40, 50, 60 hours a week. Yes, we want them to have a family and family time. So if he's mad about that, oh, well, I don't give a damn. Because, yes, we do work 40 to 60 hours a week, and we work 10 to 12 hours a day with a 30-minute lunch. And I don't think they relate to what our lifestyles are. So if we want better, and that's exactly what the union is going to do, I'm all for it. I can care less about what some rich, people are discussing.
Okay, so your next election is on the 25th of April. And what is that?
Yep.
What is that about?
This is our second election in Staten Island. It's LBJ5. It's a sortation center right across the street from JFK. It's about 1,600 workers. Yeah, we are in the heat of that. We got organizers out there daily, just organizing inside and outside, and we're hoping to be successful. This will also be a historical moment for the movement and for the alien.
Well, Chris, I just can't tell you, how much it means to everybody, what you're doing, and you're setting an example. You're not tweeting, you're not Facebooking, you're actually getting your boots on the ground and organizing people and getting it done. You're doing it much better than the politicians. You're embarrassing the politicians like you should be, and it's not that hard, and but you're doing it. So I just want to say thanks, and please keep us abreast of whatever you're doing, and anything you need amplification on, just let us know, and we'd be glad to have you back on. Any last words you want to tell everybody?
Oh yeah, thank you once again for bringing me on, and yes, continue to support us. We're graduates at AmazonLaborUnion.org, at Amazon Labor on Twitter. Follow us and stay supportive. We appreciate it.
Okay, so Christian Smalls, getting it done. Thanks for everything, and we'll talk to you soon, buddy.
All right, take care.
We're doing live stand-up shows in Cleveland, Columbus, Pittsburgh, Des Moines, Omaha, Kansas City, Las Vegas, all over the country. Go to jimmydorecomedy.com for a link for tickets. And single tickets now available in all venues. So if you tried to buy one before and you couldn't, single tickets are now available. Plus, while you're at jimmydorecomedy.com, why don't you become a premium member, sign up to our mailing list, so when they cancel us, we can still stay in touch.
Zago me, この程度かの。ザゴメ 弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。なめたまねはそりゃ雑魚め。
Trial start.
弱いやつは死ぬがいいの。なめたまねはそりゃ雑魚め。これでも食らうのじゃ。そりゃ雑魚め。これでも食らうのじゃ。雑魚め雑魚め。この程度かの。なめたまねはなめたまねは弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。なめたまねはなめたまねはなめたまねはこれでも食らうのじゃ。とりゃこれでも食らうのじゃ。雑魚め。なめたまねは 真似は雑魚めとりゃ
Success. Pso2 burst. Success.
弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。
Pso2 climax.
真似はこれでも食らうのじゃ。なめた真似はこれでも食らうのじゃ。弱いやつは死ぬがいいのじゃ。とりゃこれでも食らうのじゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。これでも食らうのじゃ。
PSE burst. PSE climax.
つは死ぬがいいのじゃ。雑魚め。
Okay, we heard you.
Yeah, no.
Can you call it because she won't let us call it?
Yeah, what's the phone number?
916.
Well, he could have turned off the ringer.
Oh my God! What do you want him to get fucking naked, lady?
All right, guys.
I can't unlock your phone.
You don't need guys, to.
Yeah, dude.
Let's try
turn the ringer off.
Let's try to just stay calm and cool. Okay. So now
I really need my phone back. Stop looking at him like it's her. Talk to him. He's trying to help you.
let me get the number. 916.
Is everything in my pocket?
Do you want to pat him down?
You can pat me down, girl. That's all I got.
I'm still waiting for the number.
If it's
Give him the number, you bitch. Give him the number. Give him the number. That's the only thing you have to do. Give him.
Trial start.
If it's in his pocket, it won't ring because he turned off your ringer. It's what you're also accusing us of. Even though he just emptied out everything in his pocket. Here's his pocket with his base in it. Do you want to turn around?
Guys, can we?
She can't.
Well, they have my number and they have my phone. Well, let's.
We don't have your phone.
How about you type it in?
You type it in.
I did not take it. You heard him laugh? He went.
Yeah, because he knows he don't. He knows he don't have it. He knows he don't have it.
What would I even do?
Is it in your purse, man?
Oh,
Really?
No. No, now? I don't even want your sorry. I don't want your apology. I don't want you to be like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm like, you did all this. The number of times. The number of times. The number of times. My girl looks for a keys and she's looking for a keys and I'm like, have you washed your purse? It's like, yeah. And she looks in her purse and it's finally there. Or I look in the purse and I'm like, yo, the keys. She don't go accusing me of stealing the keys. Jesus, anything in your pockets. Oh my God.
When you watch her, you know, when you know the ending and you watch it back again, you notice like she doesn't even look in the purse properly. My suspicion is she accused him and then found the purse, found the phone, but she was like, she did too deep. It's kind of like Putin in Ukraine. And it's like, nigga, I can't back out now, so we gonna just bomb all these bitches. It's the same idea. It's like,
because
she can't leave.
the number of times that they ask, just give me your number.
Yeah.
Make an up excuse, put it in.
Yeah. Look.
Okay, you heard it. Can you call it because she won't let us call it?
Yeah, what's the phone number?
Stop looking in the bitch.
We could have turned off the ringer.
Could have turned off the ringer. She's making excuses not to make the call because she knows it's gonna ring in her purse. That's what she's doing.
Oh my God! You want me to get fucking naked, lady?
All right, guys.
Shout out to I really do the white woman. The white woman's like being hyper aggressive. You wanted to get naked, lady? But that's not a black woman.
You think so?
That's not a black woman. That's not black. Hold on. That's not a black woman. I promise. That's not. That's not. You want me to Google it to confirm? I put my money on this one.
How much?
I put 1,000. I put a rack.
A rack?
I put a whole rack on it.
You gonna sell a rack?
I put a whole rack on. You know exactly what the fuck I meant.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. Rack.
Yeah, let's do.
Okay.
Shake on it.
Shake on it?
Yeah, let's go.
The woman at the end, the woman with the accused replies, fuck off.
Yeah. But that's not a confirmation.
That's a white woman. You can see the lack of pigmentation.
That's right. Are you gonna buy yourself a chinchilla coat with that $1,000?
$1,000? Okay, you have a good time with it. Let's get back to the video. This is the most like
You should-
nonsensical sidebar, and it's not even important. I just
No,
enjoy
it's
it.
not. Congratulations on your win.
T and Kinley noticed the woman looking at them suspiciously.
She just turned the corner and walked right up to him, and I was like, I need to pull out my camera right now because I know this is about to get stupid really fast. I really need my phone back.
I knew I didn't have it.
But she starts fiddling through the phone, and then the guy's like, "Yo, go call it." She doesn't. She's stalling for time.
No, she's not. No,
she doesn't want to.
Bro, your hypothesis?
Is correct?
I think it's 100. She's taller.
Yeah.
She's not looking.
Because
she's not looking like someone that lost her phone for real, for real. She's looking for someone that, ooh, bitch, it's right there.
The thing that makes her not want to admit she's wrong is the same thing that when women falsely accuse a dude or people are falsely accuse others and they're starting to get called out on their lie, they'll triple, quadruple down on their lie, even though it makes no sense and all the facts out.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to have to admit they did something that big or that bad.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so she's trying to do that.
No, you're not.
No, don't take your L in me. Take your L in me. Take your L in me.
You know what's interesting?
The guy started to laugh.
That's exactly.
He's like,
even at the end, he was just laughing. You want to know why?
Because what else they want to do?
Today's video is sponsored by Surfshark.
Video is brought to you by Surfshark VPN. A VPN is an application or an extension that you put on top of your browser in order to change or to mask your IP address, you know, change the location of your computer. Why would you want to do that? Well, sometimes I want to listen to other content from other countries, and they won't let me in. Knock, knock. Who's there? Canada won't let you in unless you're from the UK. Switch the VPN changer, and then boom. Knock, knock. Who's there? It's actually the UK now. Yes! Come in, lad. Come have some tea. I know you guys don't speak like that, but you know what I mean. So, you're able to watch much more content, and then boom, the world is open to you just like Aladdin on a carpet. I can show you the world. And for the next month, you have 83% off, and the fee for next month free. If you use ABBA and Preach code at Surfshark VPN, use the link below. Go ahead.
You get used to seeing that stuff so often, and you're like, you don't even get angry like you used to. The first couple of times we do that. Afterwards, we be like,
that shit again? Oh, it's that shit. Oh, is that shit again?
Yeah.
It's that shit again.
Yeah, because you just don't have the energy to get angry every time. It's so exhausting.
You can't. You can't have a reaction to everything that's happening. You know what I mean?
It's embarrassing to be accused in that way. It's like, it's such a hindrance. You have everyone staring at you like you really did it. Because the moment someone accuses something, everyone's looking like, oh, there's something that really did happen. You know? And it's one of those things you start rolling your eyes like, oh, this is so fucking stupid. This is such a waste of my time. And now
PSE burst.
And that one wants to talking about she's sorry. It's like, what made you accuse someone so quickly? So
success.
You didn't even really properly check your parts. It's not like you dropped it somewhere in the store or anything, which would have only made it slightly less worse. You didn't even check your purse before you went to accuse someone of theft. That's crazy. That's crazy. But it just shows you the perception. Because I guarantee you this, right? If it was an old white dude standing behind her, she would have not assumed he stole it. She would have checked her purse before she opened her mouth. Am I lying? Do you guys really believe she would have accused the old white dude of robbing her purse? No. In her head, she has the perception of black people. She had a little issue, and she immediately jumped to that person as a culprit. And you know what? This is a microcosm of what the world does to black people all the time. Be it terrible. I know. Because I already know what it is. When I walk into certain places, I understand the way the world perceives me. I get it. I already understand it. So I'm moving accordingly. I have to be a little extra this or a little extra that so that they don't. I have to. J'ai pas le choix. Me as an individual, I know what I'm about. But it doesn't matter how I view myself as an individual. It doesn't matter how you view people as individuals. None of that matters. Because at the end of the day, people come in to snap judgments about other groups. I'm not even saying it's a good or a bad thing. It's not even to pass judgment. I'm just saying it's the reality of the world.
Remember when we had this interview in the building and it was the janitor of the building.
PSE climax.
We went up the elevator and the guy went in our elevator real quick and then went to the wrong and he wanted to get out, so we got out. I was like, oh no, that's the wrong floor, so we got back in. And we was like, well, the reason why I got upset about that is because the motherfucker was looking dustier than us. And it's just a pity vibe. I was like, you think I'm gonna do something to your motherfucker building when you look like a whole ass trash panda rummaging to rubbish, and you're looking at me wrong? Dude, you looking dusty as fuck right now. That's the only when I got upset. But yeah, you can't have always a reaction.
You know, it's one of those things that I'm not happy to admit, but it is true. Like, I do have to, like, and this is also something I learned from my mom from a young age, but she was always very cognizant of how people viewed us as individuals. You get what I'm saying?
That's why your parents always will tell you, don't laugh too loud.
Don't speak too loud.
Don't speak too loud. Don't take space. Don't do this. Don't do that. Don't.
Because less attention you draw to yourself.
When I bleached my hair, my dad was like, yo, you black.
Yeah.
You already have attention on you.
Don't drive a red car.
Don't drive a red car. All my cars. What colors they were? Black. All the bikes are on black. When I get a vehicle that's not black, I get it wrapped. What color? Black.
Yeah. So it made me so conscious of that. So even my behavior in professional settings and all these things, I had to go like the extra mile above and beyond to sound a certain way, to move a certain way, because it's just like it was an issue. Nowadays, it's not nearly as bad as it used to be. Before it was way worse. I'm talking about getting followed all the time, cops just running up on you. Like I got so accustomed to it at some point. Like I knew when undercover cops were like around me. It was really creepy. I tell my friends that's an undercover cop. Silence pull off. Boom. It was like very. I remember even when I was living in Los Angeles, I used to get pulled over on my fucking bicycle by undercover cops. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I knew it was coming too, on a bicycle. I'm not even getting a ticket. They just wanted. Nowadays, not as bad. So I'm not even going to pretend like it was what it used to be.
No, it was it was worse back then. And it was, man. And you get used so much to this that you ask questions, they don't even know how to answer. It's like, you being stupid right now.
Yeah.
You're being stupid right now.
It's exhausting.
I match the description of someone. What's the description? You have it on picture? Where's the picture? So you're trying to match someone. You're trying to match me with someone that you don't even have a picture of. If you don't get the fuck out of here, boy.
This is bullshit a lot of times. It's bullshit.
You know when. That's when you do something wrong. When you do something wrong, I understand. When you do nothing.
Brother, when you do nothing, you get accused. That shit'll piss you the fuck off. But anyways, I don't want to stay on this topic for too long. Let us know what you guys think in the comments below. Do you guys feel any type of way about what the lady did or some of the stuff we said? We want to hear from you.
Hey. Hey.